Dips are by far the best chest developing exercise I've ever done. While bench pressing gave me my foundation of initial chest gains, the rate of growth that I experienced from bench pressing pales in comparison to the rate of growth I experienced from doing dips and adding it to my routine consistently.
Weird.
So originally in this building we only had one lab this size roughly. Okay. It's one upstairs. We can go there later.
Okay.
And we expanded. Then we took the other room, then another,
yeah.
And then the labs, the company which had this floor,
yeah,
it went bankrupt. So we just went and grabbed it all.
Gotcha.
So now,
what did you miss from last night's stream? I have no idea. Like, did you not watch anything? We just reacted to some shit and then played some games. I think at this point I've totally given up on 007 First Light. I don't think I'm gonna play that again. I don't know. And yeah, then we played Battletoads.
Well, the recent closure.
we do have a lot of stuff. Like these are
these the bacteria samples for stuff?
Yeah. These are waiting for evaluation or something. Like you can see, are completely.
I'm sure that's not contaminated as well.
Yeah. So everything can be cross-checked.
This is the endotoxin room. Do you have like multiple of these, or is just this the one swap?
Oh, we do.
Hey man, I'm from Belgium. How are you doing tonight?
It's nice. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Day?
A few weeks ago.
It's not a particularly venerable feature of our calendar. In fact,
now I attended Computex, one of the largest technology trade shows in China. Watts. Then the following year, Nvidia initially fumbled with the GTX 400 series, but quickly replaced it with the much better. If anything, the situation is likely only going to get worse for both gamers and Nvidia. Nvidia relies on new process nodes to improve their products, so if new nodes take longer to produce and cost more, we're going to see longer development cycles that will result in more expensive products, making it very difficult for Nvidia to offer gamers the kinds of improvements that they're used to. So whereas if we go back 10 years, you could realistically upgrade your graphics card every 12 months, certainly every 18 to 24 months. However, in the last 5 years, noteworthy upgrades have been...
The federal...
Dodo Natelers reeks of fraud, waste... Sorry, reeks of waste, fraud, and abuse.
President Trump is blaming vandals for the problems at the reflecting pool on the National Mall. He says several people have been arrested but did not provide evidence to support those claims. The multi-million-dollar renovation of the pool has been plagued by problems. Here's ABC's senior White House correspondent Selena Wang.
Tonight, the price of President Trump's reflecting pool renovation about to climb again. The president announcing it will now have to be partially drained and blaming vandals without providing any evidence for the pool's deterioration and saying the work will begin immediately. Just days after completing the more than $16 million renovation, algae blooms turning the water green and brand new life.
More young turds brain rot, but wait, there's more.
We'll take a look at that in a minute. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Yeah, she's been a puppet for a Hindu cult. Tulsi Gabbard's cult leader telling her which policy positions to take, how to present herself throughout her career, matches her record in Congress. Cult set up fake accounts to burst her on social media. Gabbard was aware at one point, telling him to add a photo to her profile. Well, that explains a lot. A lot. Found 3 more Anthony Carmelo's, VG. Black kids film themselves attacking defenseless Asian women. This was the other way around. Black community would be burning down their neighborhood. Yep. Dude, what the fuck? That's why you need guns. You know.
What does it actually mean to have intelligence? How do you recognize intelligence? Cool.
Yeah, that's
the way that happened.
That's a dumb video. I'm not watching that.
This is a woman who succeeded in getting 2 women detained by ICE, ready for deportation, simply because their last name is Soleimani. She just claimed that these 2 women were related to Qasem Soleimani, which, by the way, Drop Site News disproved. They just happen to have the same last name. And besides which, even if these 2 women were somehow related to Qasem Soleimani, we're going to punish members of his family, even though they haven't done anything? How does that make any sense? So look, this is a woman, again, go onto her X feed, look at what she posts. She spends all her time tagging that tremendo, okay, Marco Rubio, he knows what that means. And I mean what I'm saying entirely about who he really is. And she tags him because she knows Marco Rubio is Israel's boy, okay? As Secretary of State, he will do Israel's bidding. And if I, have someone in my crosshairs, if I want someone investigated, he'll be a good boy and do as he's told. That's what she's saying here.
They're saying this when they literally parrot all the disinformation and propaganda from every adversarial nation. Hamas, Hezbollah, Houthis, Iran, China, Russia, literally every single adversarial nation. They just parrot their propaganda.
Israel First is in a panic and it's beautiful to watch. Mark Levin's like, no, not peace. Ben Shapiro's like, no. They're all breaking out in hives at the idea of peace.
Do a nice mashup.
There clearly is going to be more fighting.
Of the Israel firsters in the US absolutely losing their minds that peace might break out. What a shock. Let me give you some statements from actual officials in Israel, beginning with Israel Katz, who says, and by the way, this is the Israeli defense minister. He says, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and I are leading a clear policy that determines that the IDF will remain in the security zones in Lebanon, Syria, and Gaza without any limit. So basically he's saying we will continue occupying and bombing these countries regardless of what the United States is demanding of us.
But I thought the US and Trump were puppets for Israel, and the US government was literally owned by Israel.
Mostly because they would want to sabotage a possible peace deal. The Iranians.
Did they not ask for a single second why Iran gives a fuck if Israel's bombing Lebanon to attack Hezbollah? Lebanon isn't part of Iran. It's not their country. How can they dictate a peace negotiation that has nothing to do with their own country? This is like if Iran said, we won't agree to a peace deal unless the US lifts the tariffs off of Canada. What does that have to do with anything? And then, again, oh, Israel's trying to sabotage the peace deal. Really? Okay. Like, my God. 21st $20. Do you like the beautiful apartment they got in China with that OnlyFans money?
So yeah, this is a new crib here in China. Just bought this investment property, so I'll give you a tour, show you what's inside. Look at this elevator here. Look at this in the elevator. So it's really chill. And what you get here is you get your own elevator to your own freaking room. How cool is that? And then it's a slight wall. Oh. So yeah, that's alright. Come on in.
That's a hotel.
Bit messy, but you know me. I'll show you what the deal is. Actually, I can switch to you.
What we used was to make noodles. Today we're going to make pasta
That looks like a hotel, not an apartment.
here. You can see it has some things that we brought. And it has a sink. The bin is in here. It's like a little hidden bin. That's how you know the place is expensive, right? When the bin is hidden. Or when you have no bin at all. Back in Adelaide. The whole place is a bin.
Where's the fridge?
Fridge is here, obviously. You don't go through this way. You go through the handle.
Oh, there you go.
Okay.
Alright, cool.
Here we have some natto. And we have some toy sum.
Toy sum.
Okay, toy sum. And in here, let's just do a freezer.
I don't know if things are
for-
different in
We
China.
have some glutinous rice balls for sugar soup. This one is,
It is weird for a hotel
I guess
to
black
have,
sesame.
kitchen
It's made
like
from
this.
rice flour, that thing. And we're gonna add sugar to the soup water. And here we have a baby bao. And this is so affordable, even at the rich people grocery store. I prefer olive oil over coconut oil because it absorbs better, and I don't like just like that. I just add space, bathrobe, leather seat, the below ground. You like the shower, so you can have because if you wash your bone properly, then you would have no problem to do this. 3.
Yes, three machines.
Right in front of the Canton Tower. I remember doing it when I was like 9 years old, and I just about missed it. Oh, do you see that green? It just made green. And I remember being up there. I just about made it. I was
Probably geolocate this. Canton Tower. I don't know if Google Maps has a thing for China. Oh, okay, so they're on the north side. Yeah, it looks like they're in a hotel. Jifan Meisheng Hotel. I think. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's a hotel. Ew, Noni Tillers, Mamdani calls APAC, aka Jews, monsters. Well, this video doesn't have anything to do with Mamdani. It's one of those things that look like a rabbit, but it's not a rabbit. I do prefer this over a video about Mamdani. Thanks for the donation, ew.
In 8th grade. I remember being up there. I just about made it. I was really short. No, it wasn't too short, but almost didn't make it. And I remember like leaping because they had a little. Oh!
Be careful.
Like that. It's like a revolving thing, like a buffet. When you come for a ride, you just but you don't drag them. And they do like window checks. They gave us a warning on the TV that says they do window checks, inspections.
Yeah.
So for your own privacy, maybe cover up or something. That's what they said. Yeah, I wonder what that's for. Too techie.
Because then if something goes wrong with it, electrics fail, you're gonna call someone out to fucking go, I can't pull my blinds down because the motor, thing's dead.
But I'm sure they know how to fix it.
Out trying to set up a little jog walk and stuff, and
Sego, don't need teller. Skip to 11:45. Enjoy gayness. I mean greatness.
Because
I remember these. He literally could not do a single exercise properly. This is one of the most, like, bizarre, awkward retards I've ever seen in my life. Apparently, triplets are more likely to be retarded. And he's a triplet. I also love how he tried to pretend he was natural doing this. Like, he clearly hopped on steroids.
my shoulders are going to failure before my back, so I'll try my best, but
I don't know how you can hurt your shoulders doing
it's kind of
that.
funny. If I overhead press with any heavyweight dumbbells, I feel impingement.
He
Lat
cannot
pull-down
do
bars
a
and stuff that I
single
wanted.
exercise properly.
Whereas the gym I go to now doesn't have the inner back. I mean,
fuck?
if you wanted to, you can squeeze the lats,
Like, it's so weird. There's so many weird jerky movements he does.
but and with any exercise, you can use it to stimulate a certain muscle group, but depending on the grip and the movement, you'll
He's
feel,
so
yes,
incredibly
I could use this for my
physically
lats.
inept.
Yes, I could use it.
Baffling. Thanks for the donation, Sago. Ew, donate tillers. Here's a link for Max. Glad you enjoyed that previous link anyway, though.
And we need that. And we need that because, as Gramsci once wrote, the old world is dying and the new world struggles to be born. Now is the time of monsters. These monsters take many forms today. In those who fund television ads that blanket the airwaves with misleading and bad faith attacks about Claire, Brad, and Dari. Those who would rather spend far more on political contributions than they would ever be made to pay in taxes. In AIPAC, for whom the only thing more frightening than democracy being allowed to run its course is an end to genocide and Netanyahu's wars.
Like, what's fucking insane is this guy tried to play this game where it's like, oh, I support Jews in New York and all this shit. AIPAC is an American lobbying organization. So these are basically American Jews. So on the one hand, oh, I support Jews. But then he'll fucking
DurianRider.
That's nice. Thanks for the donation. Yeah, I support Jews, but all Jews are like monsters. So like this is just fucked.
They move millions in dark money to accomplish a single goal, to preserve their power
Dark money. Again, it's an American lobbying firm.
so that they can turn us against one another, instead of our leaders turning towards the moral change we all know to be necessary. In a politics that for too long...
And like dark money. We all know Code Pink is getting funding from China. There's been a bunch of pro-Palestine groups that have been directly funded by Iran and Qatar. Qatar's actually supporting...
Oh please, the only monsters here are people like him and his Islamic terrorist friends.
Yes, that is true. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Qatar has actually given millions and millions of dollars to American universities to promote pro-Islamic horseshit. That's why you'll run into a lot of college students that are pro-Palestine and crap. That's where all that shit comes from. Russia, like, usually with Russia, they support right-wing media. They're very active on X. They were directly giving money to, right-wing influencers like Tim Pool. But, like, yeah, APAC. Oh, that's where the dark money is.
Has asked working people to lower their expectations, to settle for less, to become satisfied with small victories while our wages grow even smaller and our costs grow even larger. To resign ourselves to resignation, to accept the unacceptable. In the wealthiest city, in the wealthiest country.
Well, he's going to ruin New York. So that's great. Thanks for the donation, New.
But you've been to Rodeo Drive? Come on down, sorry. Come on down. Rodeo Drive in California, Hollywood.
This one.
You've got crackheads everywhere. So this is the Rodeo Drive vibe. Look at the buildings here. Look how tall that building is. Okay? That's a pretty tall building. Then on the other side of the road, you've got another one. Another tall mofo. Obviously in Los Angeles, you're on that fault line, so you don't have the big buildings, but you've got the Gucci. This is Rodeo Drive vibes without the crackheads. You can ride your bike all day around Guangzhou in China and look for crackheads, junkies and youth gangs.
Yeah, in China, if they see homeless people or drug addicts, they throw them in jail, quote unquote, aka steal their organs.
You have nothing to worry about concerning snark communities VG, as they only go after people to ruin their lives. You've already ruined your own life, so no need for them to interfere. You only get trolls who like to do things like
That's nice. Thanks for the donation. My name is Bitchard. We tried the Brisk Ice T0. Yeah, I have. It's good. Supplement company in New Zealand is going down hard for scamming. I'm pretty sure the guy who made AG1 fled New Zealand, and he's technically a fugitive from New Zealand because he was scamming the fuck out of people.
You won't find them here. You just won't find them here. Right?
Find them here.
Why is that? Because the law here, don't mess around with that. You can walk around with your watches, you can have your gold chains be iced up on your jewelry side, and you won't get some iced up meth head trying to snatch it off you. You just won't get that here, because the laws here don't mess around. Cameras are everywhere. Cameras are everywhere in LA. Cameras everywhere in San Francisco. Cameras everywhere in Sydney and Melbourne. The police officers everywhere. But the law is so soft, the perpetrators are like, what's the consequence? Go to prison, PlayStation time with mates? No worries, let's go. But in China, it ain't like that. You don't want to go to prison in China. The cops here will beat you. They'll take you out the back and you'll lose teeth, you'll lose your jaw, things like that. Stuff happens here in China. People just disappear, okay? And that's good, in a good way, because...
Yeah, I wouldn't say that's good, because they also do that to, like, free speech, political dissidents, so...
It keeps people, keeps the perps from doing stuff like that. So you want to feel safe, you're going on a holiday, you want to bring your family, come to China. You can walk the streets, no one's going to...
By the way, it can work both ways. You'll find a lot of corruption within Chinese police forces, so if they ever get good with a gang, you're absolutely fucked.
Snatch your shit, and if they do, cops are going to get them, seriously. And they'll take action, and you get your stuff.
CBSA says the program historically attracted about 11,000 participants each year, with roughly 90% of them being Americans. Trump imposed brand new border rules on Canada. And honestly, it was only a matter of time. I mean, with Canada cozying up to China and acting hostile towards the United States, it's no wonder Washington is finally putting its foot down and no more special treatment for Canadians. But the Canadian government isn't sitting quietly. They're retaliating fast, rolling out border changes that will hit Americans too. Buried in this political move is a detail. One detail the Canadian government does not want Canadians paying attention to, and it's about to drastically change U.S.-Canada relations.
The country's Department of Homeland Security said ultimately this provides DHS with more reliable information to verify identities and to strengthen its ability to identify criminals and known or suspected terrorists. U.S. officials also say the change will ensure travelers are not overstaying their visas.
I mean, that makes sense. When you take into account the fact that Canada has become a country that allows the worst of the worst to get visas and enter the country. People from problem countries have come into Canada in droves.
It's true. He is not wrong.
He got mad because police killed a dog. When are you going to go to Florida and smash him on his head?
Good morning. Hope you slept well, and I hope you're
Great. I literally can't stand listening to Penguin Zero. The guy's a fucking retard. Yeah, he's still doing it. Whatever. Retard's gonna retard. Thanks for the donation, dude. The big problem Canada has is that not only do they give visas to everybody and their fucking mother to work at fucking Tim Hortons.
No one should ever go on holiday. In China it would be equivalent to the KKK Took My Baby Away song by the Remonees.
Yeah, thanks for the donation.
Carefully reviewing Alberta's new health regulations, which allows people to pay out of pocket for elective surgeries. Those include knee, hip, and cataract surgeries, gynecological surgeries, and minimally invasive general surgeries such as hernia repair. The regulations also allow surgeons to work in both the public and private systems. The government says those that do both will be required to work a minimum amount of time in the public system, and that minimum time will depend on the doctor. The Canadian Health Coalition calls this the worst violation it's seen of the Canada Health Act. The federal...
What do you think's going to happen? So, there's a doctor shortage nationwide, and it's particularly bad in some provinces. Basically, once you get out to the Midwest, it's like impossible to find a fucking doctor. That's why you'll hear more and more stories of people waiting for 8 hours in the emergency room while they're having a heart attack and then dying. But yeah, once you get out into the Midwest, that's where the doctor shortages are really, really fucking serious. And guess what? Enough people were kind of fed up with it, and they wanted private routes, and this is what fucking happens because liberal government doesn't know how to fucking run anything.
Legislation ensures all Canadians have reasonable access to care without barriers.
It opens things up to queue jumping, like massive amounts of queue jumping by people who have money or who are prepared to bankrupt their retirement to get the care they need because they're suffering. And it also opens up healthcare to U.S. insurance.
I'm sorry. What sense does this make to use this as an argument? If they're that fucking desperate that they're willing to bankrupt themselves for private health care, that means the social health care they get is worse, if not non-existent, because they're in some like infinite waiting queue because the fucking federal government doesn't know how to fucking keep doctors here. Like, that is the most retarded argument I've ever fucking heard in my life. So yeah, if the alternative is like literally waiting 8 hours at an emergency room and then dying because there's only one doctor on staff in an entire fucking hospital, versus bankrupting yourself, paying for private healthcare, and then actually getting the care you need and living, gee, what are people gonna fucking pick, right? So, like, this is just an acknowledgement that the fucking social healthcare system, at least in some of these provinces, has gotten so fucking terrible. Yeah, no shit. People want the private alternative.
Companies eventually.
The Federal Health Ministry says the government is listening to concerns and will always uphold the Canada Health Act. It says Health Canada is taking the time to review the regulations and engage with officials to better understand the potential.
Does that doctor have a crack in his glasses? And they're held together by duct tape. Why is the surgeon wearing broken ass glasses like this? Is this guy broke? Do you see this? He's doing surgery with this fucked up crazy crack. I guess he's looking through the magnifying lens primarily. And he's got the fucking duct tape here? The fuck? Dude, Canada's just... It's getting so retarded. Like, really, really fucking retarded.
Of a local driving school is leaving parents and instructors scrambling for answers, leaving dozens of students, maybe more, left to finish their training as they try and recover their money. CTV's Caitlin Wilson joins us live now with more on this. Caitlin.
Yeah, Patricia, the owner of Beep Beep Driving School says the business was no longer sustainable, citing things like declining registrations, rising operating costs, and staffing challenges. But with the school now closed, parents and students and some instructors say they're left trying to figure out what to do next.
A lot.
Osman Khan, a former Beep Beep Driving School instructor, says these are just some of the students caught in the fallout from the company's sudden closure.
I was shocked, that what's going on there, because I care about my students. They were like my kids.
Khan says he started working for the company in March before his paycheck stopped coming at the beginning of June. He says he's still owed around $8,400.
I have no money. What should I do?
Dude. How do you keep working for several months without getting paid? Are you kidding me? You might as well just stay at home if you're not going to get paid anyway. Like, hand out your resume to places. The fuck?
I feel bad. I don't want to cry, but...
In a statement to CTV.
Then why don't you just move here to America, VG? As you have already considered.
I may eventually. We'll have to see. There's a lot of hoops to go through. Especially now isn't a great time, since the Trump administration's running thing, and you know how they're not really pro-immigrant. So, I feel like to have a realistic prospect of immigrating, I'd have to get an immigration lawyer, figure out how to really go through it, and it's years and years long process, and I don't even know if I'd be granted any kind of visa in the US. And on top of that, there's problems moving there too. They do Canada charges an exit tax if you want to leave the country. It's fucking insane. I think it's considered an unrealized capital gains tax. The idea, how they justify it, is if you built your life and you got educated and built a business and you have all this career and success and money because of Canada, a bunch of the capital that you made here that you're going to transfer to another country, it should be taxed. I don't know if I'd get hit particularly hard by that tax, with what I do and shit, but they do that. I know there are some people who make serious money who are actually really impacted by that. If you're making over $250,000 a year, and depending on what kind of business you have, you may have to save up for a few years in order to just pay that tax. So, we'll see. It might happen in the future. There's upsides and downsides to it. At this point, I'm not entirely sure what the best choice would be. Because moving there, I'd have to pay for health insurance, but a lot of overall cost of living would be lower. So rent's cheaper, housing's cheaper, food's cheaper. A lot of goods in general are cheaper. You can carry a gun there, which is great. Whereas here, they want the criminals to be able to murder you. Some of the tax benefits I get here, I don't think I'd be able to get there. I think I already mentioned that.
Thoughts on the B-52 crash in California? Any theories?
I didn't hear about that, so I have no idea. Thanks for the donation, Beef. What a relief. Steroids are legal here, whereas in the States they're not. And again, if I'm going to be immigrating, it's like it's kind of a funny situation, right? So yeah, there's ups and downs. Vegan Daddy donate $2. You need to be more specific about what type of socialized medicine you don't like. If we didn't have the Affordable Care Act in the U.S., then private insurers would never insure anyone with pre-existing condition. That's good socialized medicine. The problem Canada has specifically is basically there's brain drain. So anybody who ends up becoming a doctor here, about half of them leave to get a job in the US. So, and that's for like every high paying career. Anybody who has an engineering degree, I think they found something like 52 or 58% of fucking graduates leave for the US or other countries. Like, it's crazy the amount of people who leave Canada. So that's the main reason there's a doctor shortage. There's also like demographic reasons. Some of these municipalities are just low population areas, and they're also lower income areas. So even within the own country, you're going to have doctors preferring to live in somewhere like Ontario versus Alberta. But the Affordable Care Act is kind of restrictively insane. Like I mentioned, you have people who are willing to bankrupt themselves rather than wait for socialized healthcare. That should tell you something. That means they know they will never get any amount of fucking care if they're willing to bankrupt themselves. Like, even if you had a pretty fucking serious condition, would you rather wait 2 months to get a doctor's appointment and get things going? Or would you rather completely bankrupt yourself and screw yourself over financially for the rest of your life? There's a good chance, unless you're in like horrific pain or you know death is imminent, you're going to wait the 2 months. So it's gotten that bad that people are willing to pay for private healthcare in some of these municipalities. So that means like they're literally just not getting socialized healthcare. This was even a problem in Quebec, where people in Quebec, there were literally no doctors. There were people waiting years with serious conditions like cancer that could never get treatment. And there were literally people just dropping dead, sort of like in the UK right now, because they never get to see a doctor. They still mandate that social health care.
You're not an old man. Why are you using elbow wraps to bench 315 pounds? If you were to drop someone on their head, would you use elbow wraps to do it?
If I could, yeah. I just ended up getting elbow tendonitis, and I've been wrapping them. Thanks for the donation, dude. So, yeah, even in situations like that, they still mandate the socialized healthcare programs. They don't allow for municipalities to create their own private programs, even though it would solve the problem. Like again, if people are willing to move to a private system where they have to directly pay in and spend like 5 times more, if not like 10 times more, that should tell you, like, there's a fucking problem. Either allow for a private system to exist to some degree, or like make some sort of adjustments to how the social healthcare system works to like try to keep more doctors. But yeah, it's just fucked. Kid Boo donated $2. Oh, Gypsy Crusader is just gonna say the N-word, right?
You chilling, bro? Let me ask you, do you know how to tie one of these? Do you know how to do this?
Yeah, great. Yeah, racism. Okay.
News Beep Beep owner Chris Addy says the company closed because of financial challenges, writing there are simply no funds available to issue refunds or satisfy all outstanding obligations. As for Khan, Addy
Oh yeah, New Zealand's gay faggot country. Oh my god. I love how after that Christchurch mass shooting, did they have a female prime minister at the time? They fucking like blanketly banned guns. Okay. So if a criminal gets a gun now and decides to commit a mass shooting, I have no chance of defending myself, and it's just Massacre City. Great idea. Make sure the criminals are the only ones with guns. Fucking retarded.
He says he has not been paid because he has not provided complete student log sheets and supporting documents since early May, which he denies. And caught in the middle are families like Jamie Janes.
Because we live in a rural area, for a lot of families, it's not just a luxury to have your G2, it's a necessity.
Jane says she's out around $1,000 after her son completed the online portion of his driver's training and spent months waiting to begin his in-car lessons before the school closed.
When I reached out to the company, they just said delays of weeks or months was standard across the board, and it should have been a red flag to me then. But I started reaching out.
Officers are on scene.
This episode is brought to you guys by. It's got a spot for the VIN number. What is it?
Most of this video is literally just taking the bike out of the
off
car.
here. If I can get these handlebars on. I need
That's got to be like a scooter engine.
the hardware for the right away.
Yeah.
Brakes are a little spongy.
Dude, if they're selling this for $10,000, you can buy a nice Honda new for that price.
That's a little better.
The only way a bike like this would make sense is if it's like $1,500.
So yeah, it runs and cool, and that's cool when it's fuel injected, but will it be enough to take on the greatest Japanese 250 ever built?
That's
I don't know.
250.
There was no.
Yeah, if they're selling these for like 10 grand, I'm pretty sure you could get a Honda Shadow for that much.
No name. If they're gonna make a bike with no name, that kind of leaves it up to.
And Royal
us to
Enfield
name it.
make better,
Throw in the
higher
comments,
displacement
we're
bikes
gonna name this bike
for cheaper.
This bike will forever be known, and whatever name has the most likes in the comment section at 18,000 RPMs. Wasn't it gear? Shoot. That was in gear. But that thing is quick. I probably could have launched that thing at 18. I'll try.
The only good thing about New Zealand is the cute little kiwi birds.
Yeah, pretty much. They do have good mountain biking.
Is the
New
biggie,
Zealand.
you know. These big
that the kiwi itself could well be extinct on.
now it's a form of permanent.
They make really weird
Project at his
noises.
farm Warren Hip is nothing compared to.
Yeah, kiwis are nice though. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
I don't know how.
Something had gone structurally wrong with Britain. We are a state which has turned against its people. All three parties of the right are realizing that they're not dealing.
David, how much of where we are do you think comes down to, like you said, legislation, but also the weakness and spinelessness of our leaders and our political class?
The two things are very closely related. I don't believe that again, you've got to really,
yes,
it's a central point.
I don't work
there are
out
different ways
because
you
I
can
didn't
explain
stream
the current
it.
situation.
If you don't see what I'm doing, then I'm not doing it. So I've
systemically.
never shit my
I think
entire
that
life.
the actual machinery has gone wrong. Other ways of explaining it are to look at a single big issue. And people who I've been citing as agreeing with me, people, somebody like Harrison Pitt or Rupert Lowe, obviously put immigration, particularly illegal immigration, at the head of the list. Other people say, actually, it is due to the shocking quality of our leaders. And there is the evidence. I mean, we're about to have our 7th Prime Minister in 10 years. There has been nothing like this since the invention of the office of Prime Minister in the 1720s by Robert Walpole. This is, when you were saying at the beginning, I was very struck. You said, Stark is a historian. We're now going to get him talking about the present. What we're living through is an episode of astonishing historical importance. The reason that I've involved myself in it is precisely because of my historical understanding of how all this stuff was put together. So the moment when you can actually witness what, unless we do something about it, is its dissolution, is one of peculiar fascination. But there is a reason why we've had this succession of failed premierships. The job is, okay, many of them were inadequate. Some of them were there for absolutely no purpose whatever. Somebody like Theresa May. Some were there with trying to do the right thing in the wrong way, which is Liz Truss. I mean, I like Liz, but Liz has this terrible problem. In early middle age, she now has this large label hung around her neck which says, "I give good ideas a bad name." And it's contaminating and tragic. Boris, of course, had one good thing and then a series of catastrophic things. But fundamentally, all of them were confronting the same problem, that the system works against them.
You mean this weird sound?
This is what
No, they make a different sound too. Yeah, they're really weird. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Dominic Cummings, Boris's right-hand man for a period of time. I always said it was terribly like the court of Henry VIII. Dominic was very, very, aspired to do the same sort of things as Thomas Cromwell. So I wrote a nice piece on Dom and Tom, and they both came up, of course, against an uppity woman who was, actually third wife rather than second wife, with
Notice you don't have an easy curl bar, or you're not a fan. I do have an easy curl bar, I just rarely ever use it. I have a problem with my bicep right now, and the easy curl bar aggravates it. looks pretty good.
Thanks for the money, dummies.
I did not know that. It's a weird channel.
This Kick streamer was being hunted down by Japanese locals after he live streamed himself illegally trespassing on private property in Japan. And then, instead of, realizing his mistake and, I don't know, maybe apologizing or at least trying to turn over a new leaf, maybe just pivot the streams a little bit, at least for while you're in Japan. No, he decided to double down and dared anyone who wanted to cause a problem to pull up. Do we never learn in this space? Like, this is crazy.
But if you want to cause a problem, then come pull up.
Or, well, it seems like he kind of did, because now it seems like he's trying to lay low and trying to get himself home instead of, I guess, continuing his streaming trip, which is probably the smart move because he doesn't want to end up like Johnny Smalley did in Japan, being stuck in jail for 3 months. And right now, there are a lot of people tweeting about his behavior there, so I can only assume he is a little bit worried about being arrested if he's still in Japan. But regardless, I don't know why, but every obnoxious streamer and their mom is showing up to Japan for some reason. And obviously, if you've been around here on this channel for a while, we've covered that quite extensively, ranging from Johnny Smalley and his IRL antics in Japan, and then, more recently, South Korea. And in South Korea, he's currently locked up because he realized, oh no, my actions actually have consequences. Who would have thought?
Wow, with a call like that, no wonder birds are related to dinosaurs.
Yeah. Yeah, they are. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
But it doesn't look like anyone is looking at the Johnny Smalley stuff and going, huh, maybe I should pivot and learn a thing or two from that. Times before for similar incidents. Trespassing into a police training facility. Top 10 worst places to trespass in ever.
Cock size, large, please. When I tell us, hey, VG, so my family's really angry at me. I'm 35. A so-called failure, and I never moved out. Here's what they're mad about, though. So I wanted some box. I hit the high school graduation, got some from an 18-year-old on her B-day. Was I wrong? Legal? No, they're an adult. Thanks for the donation, dude.
I don't know why he did that, but of course that was enough. Then he had to trespass into some apartment complex after that city was in a complete shutdown because of a hurricane. And surprise, surprise, he was arrested both times. Here's the one that happened in Fairfax County, Virginia.
Maybe they didn't find us, right?
I have something right here. Here you go. Looks like a couple of people. Yeah.
Stand up! Man, the wood, get your hands up!
All right, Fairfax 1, the subjects are coming out with their hands up.
I'm sorry.
Great job, everybody.
Dude, again, why would, out of all the things to trespass into, why are you trespassing into a police training facility? That's everything, so it didn't really make it hard for them to find him.
Right here.
Raider, firing up a gas-powered generator inside of an apartment sounds like an awful idea. What do I know, though? It's like, hey, okay, trespass, because it seems like
that's always where you gotta end it.
So, hey, I don't know. Maybe when he saw everyone else going viral for being obnoxious and annoying in Japan, he thought, that looks bad. Let me do it as well. And I mean, hey, if you really don't care enough, you can get some headlines. Just ask Johnny or Chud the Builder. But they're also both behind bars. But unfortunately for Shubi, though, he might have...
Rectal Anadrol donators. Nick Trigilli is usually cringe, but he's speaking facts here. The area of natty policing is coming to an end. Also, fuck natural hypertrophy.
Tide. Most guys that cut to this body fat naturally, their T levels fall below 400.
Cut to this naturally. Is he in fact natural if he uses terzipatide and or Ozempic?
The answer is technically.
Oh my God, Greg's on tirzepatide. Holy shit. Big fucking deal. And honestly, why does it matter whether he's natural or not? Tirzepatide is not a steroid. It's not anabolic. It does not build muscle. It does not enhance your athletic performance in any way. So what are we even mad about? A guy that wanted to improve his metabolic health and lose some fat? Great. Good for him. Get over it. Here's what no one in this controversy is bringing up though. They improved cardiovascular risk markers and non-HDL cholesterol and triglycerides, systolic blood pressure, all simultaneously. And they restore insulin sensitivity at the cellular level. And they reduce your visceral fat, which is the primary driver of aromatization in the first place, and metabolic disease and hormonal dysfunction in every man pretty much over 35 years old. These are not aesthetic improvements. These are genuine health interventions that help extend your health and life forever and reduce all the mortality risk that you have. And we have the data for this. And to the natty police in the comments, just listen carefully for a second. Life is not a drug tested sport. Let me say it again. There is no governing body telling you what to take or what you can take. There is no medal at stake here. There's no award. The men who want to look great and perform at a high level, over 40 years old, 50 years old, 60 years old, they're not playing the game with a body that's declining every day like you. They're using the tools available to them. In 2026, those tools include tirzepatide. Calling that cheating is like calling glasses cheating because you have bad vision. The man who chooses to suffer through
Yeah. The natty or not thing's just fucking stupid. So, you know. Thanks for the donation, Rectal Anadrol. Like, it's insane that they're even policing, like, fucking GLP-1 drugs. That's just crazy. Would you ever consider doing a voice call with Genetic Beast and Prophet Fear? I tried to set up a voice call with Genetic Beast. He wouldn't do it. I think he's, like, afraid of me or something. Prophet Fear I have no interest in talking to. That guy is genuinely, like, fucking retarded. Like, he's damn near Frank Tufano retarded. And, like, not in a charming, funny, haha, he's a retard way. Just, like, in an annoying fucking way. You can just, This is evidence enough. He does the dumbest exercises that no one does. Like, I swear he's just made some of these stupid ones up. Like, what is this? Single leg good morning. And they're clearly not doing shit. Half of them. That's okay, I guess? Yeah, like, there's one that was particularly stupid. Fancy Press? I think that's what he called it. But, you know this guy is stupid just based on the fucking exercises he does. Really, really stupid. Oh yeah, here we go. Handsome Press is what he calls it. So, yeah, I have no interest in talking to that guy.
Underestimated just how much Japan hates IRL streamers now because of people like Johnny. And speaking of Johnny, we've seen this with Johnny because eventually people start hunting him down. And that's what happened to Shuvi as well. Because with Johnny, it happened in Japan, it happened in Korea.
Excuse me, can I skip?
And of course, he was targeting people who are at their jobs and can't just, you know, leave the interaction or choose to stop being filmed. So, I mean, this whole bit is just pathetic. Like using broken Spanish and filming strangers, which is very frowned upon in Japan. And this is the exact behavior that'll get you blasted all over Japan Twitter. But this wasn't even the worst of it, because the next day, Shuvi streamed himself exploring the city and actually potentially trespassing by crawling through one of the narrow gaps between buildings. Now, Whether he knew these alleyways are often technically considered private property, I'm not sure. There's a good chance that he was fully unaware that he would, people would learn from, I don't know, Logan. Reason, I guess it's just too hard for a lot of these people we cover to do.
I'm not here to cause harm, but you can suck my. I'm not scared of you, Japan. I come in peace, but if you want.
This is why the Japanese don't like tourists. It's not that most tourists are bad, it's just that they know they're gonna let in retards like this.
Доброе утро, друзья. Обычное московское утро. Просто захотелось снять эту красоту. Гордый факел победы горит над московским НПЗ. Просто чуть-чуть больше смога, чем обычно. Как известно, СВО идет по плану. Все горит, вся Москва нахрен горит. Вон все заводы нахрен горят. Я нахрен сваливаю отсюда нахер к херам собачьим, блядь. Я манал эту процедуру, блядь. О, вся Москва горит нахрен. О, все горит. Вообще нахуй все горит, блядь.
Russia, and especially Moscow, is in complete chaos right now. A few weeks ago, I already made a video about a huge drone attack on Moscow that was absolutely unprecedented, which showed that the Russian capital is no longer safe. And now, after a pretty short time, we have yet another huge attack on Moscow that is breaking all records. On June 18th, Moscow was hit with thousands of Ukrainian drones, with the main target of attack being the Moscow oil refinery located in the south of the city. Moscow's air defense completely failed and the oil refinery was pretty much completely destroyed. And the footage coming out right now from Moscow is absolutely insane. It looks like something out of a post-apocalyptic movie or like a war video game. And while the destruction of the refinery is already messing up the ecology in Russia, because people have reported seeing rain with oil in it in the Moscow region, and while people are already in panic and there's already huge lines in the Moscow region for gasoline, the great Russian leader Vladimir Putin is completely ignoring the entire situation and not saying anything about it. And the Russian propaganda is either threatening Russians with jail for recording these drone strikes, or is telling them that if they complain about the issues caused by these attacks, they are pretty much simply just traitors of Russia. And it's also been reported that apparently in certain regions of Russia right now, the government is now drafting and mobilizing young men right on the streets, which might even point to a possible new mobilization. So hey there people, it is your boy Roman, your favorite neighborhood Russian, and in this video, we're gonna talk about the complete insanity and chaos happening in Russia right now, talk about what's going on in Moscow, and also discuss why all of this shows that this special military operation is going according to plan. By the way, sponsors don't really like political content about Russia, so if you guys like what I do on this channel, if you guys want to support me, go over to the link down in the description to Moscow. And Ukraine conducted a massive drone strike, essentially in retaliation to the recent strikes that Russia has been conducting in Ukraine. Recently, Russia, for example, hit the Kiev-Pechersk Lavra, which is a famous monastery, which is very well known and important in the entire Eastern Slavic world, in the Christian Orthodox world, right? And Zelensky responded personally saying that Moscow will burn if Russia continues its strikes like this on Kiev. And that is pretty much exactly what is happening right now. There's an endless amount of videos being shared on the Russian internet of Moscow on fire, and specifically of the Moscow oil refinery located in the neighborhood of Kapotnya. It's actually the 8th biggest oil refinery in all of Russia, which supplies Moscow and the Moscow region with fuel. It also supplies fuel to the Moscow airports, and apparently also to the Russian military located in the central part of Russia. And we don't exactly know the amount of the drones that actually attacked, but according to the Russian military itself, Russian air defense apparently destroyed almost 1,000 drones in this one day, 992 Ukrainian drones actually. So if that is the amount of the drones that they shut down, you can only imagine how many drones were actually sent in the first place. The refinery being attacked obviously caused a huge fire, which covered like the entirety of Moscow in thick black smoke. Once again, a lot of the footage that we're seeing online right now was recorded by eyewitnesses, and you can see it pretty much looks like, once again, like a end of the world kind of movie or whatever. And even though Moscow is supposed to be the most well-defended city in Russia, the entire city is supposed to be covered in multiple layers of anti-air defense. The air defense systems were not really effective in many cases, because a few drones that were shut down by Russia actually ended up crashing into residential buildings and, apartment buildings. Another drone that was shut down actually ended up crashing into a Moscow market known as Sadavod, which is like a large market where they sell clothes and all sort of stuff. The entire market ended up on fire essentially. Many of these air defense systems were also installed by the Russian army right on roofs of regular buildings, regular apartment buildings once again, which does not seem very safe. And some of the videos of Russian soldiers trying to shoot down these drones are absolutely insane. Check this one out, for example.
Выр, выр! Выр, 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 выр! Давай, давай! Давай, брат! Выр! Выр! А, выр, да выр! Давай!
Yeah, that's a little too far away, buddy.
Давай! Ой, машаллах!
Oh, they have a rocket?
Ой, машаллах!
That is beyond insane, okay? First of all, it's insane to just realize as a Russian that yes, this is actually footage from Moscow, okay? Again, the city that Russia loves the most, that Russia always claims is the safest, nicest, and cleanest city in Europe and stuff. This is the reality of Moscow. Soldiers are standing with like, you know, whatever it is, like a javelin type of thing, right? I don't know, I'm not a military expert, okay? But they're literally standing on a highway that people are like driving through, and they're trying to like shoot down these drones while, you know, cars are like stopping to let them shoot, and you know, they're not concerned whatsoever about accidentally, you know, destroying these cars right in front of them, you know, that have civilians inside of them. I mean, it's absolutely insane.
Well, he's aiming up.
Yes, guys, I mean, I'm truly speechless. This is Moscow in 2026, once again. I've been a hater of Vladimir Putin for my entire life, and even then, if you showed me this 10 years ago and told me that this is gonna be Moscow in 2026, I would not believe you. Once again, amazing great strategy of the greatest leader in the world, Vladimir Putin. Or here's another video, for example. I mean, again, I'm pretty much just speechless. This is Moscow, okay? Like, this is real. Even though, you know, it looks like a trailer for, you know, the new Battlefield game or something. But this is real life. This is Vladimir Putin's Russia, once again, guys. This is everything our glorious leader has been working towards for the last 25 years. There's also one video going around right now that is going viral, where essentially a massive fuel storage tank in Moscow was hit. It exploded and its roof went up in the air. This is like the most famous video right now out of this entire attack. Everybody's talking about it, you know, people are like making memes of it. Because I guess what's happened is just so ridiculous that at this point it's kind of almost impossible to take it seriously, and people are like making, you know, all sorts of photoshops about it, again saying that, you know, this is the greatness of Vladimir Putin today. But what's actually interesting is that this is once again the failure of Russian anti-air defense, because there's actually a full video that shows that actually the reason why the storage tank exploded and the roof flew out of, you know, flew up in the air, it is actually not even because it was hit by a Ukrainian drone, but instead by a Russian anti-air missile that was trying to shoot down the drone, but accidentally ended up smashing into this fuel storage.
You can't make that shit up. Oh my god. That's so Russia, by the way. Oh. Hello there.
And Christians say they're so loving.
Oh. This kitty is so loving. That's for sure. Yeah, I love this kitty. Wow. Let me see, Dodo.
I'm shaking making this video because I'm not supposed to talk about it, okay? And I trap.
That's nice. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
And just blowing it up. I mean, it is complete chaos, okay? Like I mentioned in the intro, it's been reported that some areas of Moscow and outskirts of Moscow have reported a kind of an oil rain happening after this attack, where I guess the clouds kind of emerged with the smoke, with all these oil products burning, and people saw, you know, these kind of trails of oil in the rain on their cars, on their, like, windowsills, whatever. And these pictures are being taken all over Moscow, essentially.
Короче, у нас горит ЖНПЗ рядом.
Oh my god.
Вот, и дождь прошел, мазутный, блядь.
Oh, that is so terrible.
Вот он, все просто черное. Такие дела.
So yeah, this entire attack is kind of turning into a bit of an ecological catastrophe for Moscow as well, I guess now. Some people from Moscow are even joking about it.
Вот он вообще рассказывает, что в России какой-то топливный кризис, проблемы с бензином. Это все фейк. Вот, смотрите. Вон, у нас в Москве аж дождь из нефти прошел. Понимаете? У нас так дохуища нефти, нам ее просто уже девать некуда.
And yes, even though what's going on is not very fun, especially for the residents of Moscow, a lot of people in Russia are basically making fun of it. Like, for example, this post is going viral right now. Who the hell had a problem with this oil refinery that is giving gasoline to Muscovites? I have no answers to this question, but it all looks like an attempt to make Moscow enter the war between Russia and Ukraine. So, I mean, this post is probably satire to begin with, right? But it does definitely show that Moscow has always stood kind of, you know, separately from Russia. And while a lot of the border regions with Ukraine, for example, like Belgorod, have been, you know, going through these attacks for the entire length of the war, right? And these attacks are, you know, the Russian media barely pays any attention to them, and instead, you know, Russian propaganda likes to once again talk about how Moscow is such a beautiful and safe city, and how, you know, it's also safe from the war, and people in Moscow for a very long time felt like, you know, the war in Ukraine is happening somewhere very, very far away, and it's not going to touch us because, you know, Putin has our back or whatever. Right now, everybody's seeing those illusions shatter, right? And there's a lot of Russians who have already experienced these horrors of war, right? Whose reaction to all of this is pretty much, you know, first time. Like, you know, good job, Moscow. Good job on waking up and finally realizing that we've been in the war this entire time. And overall, Russians don't like Moscow too much. I've talked about this before. So a lot of people are not super, like, sad about what's happening, to be honest. And that is, once again, also the reason why we're seeing so many memes about what's happening. Is because people from the Russian regions feel like Russia never cared about them. So why should we care about Moscow, right? That's kind of how a lot of people are feeling. And I'm sure that you guys might be wondering how the Russian government actually reacted to all of this. Well, the great Sigma GigaChat-based leader Vladimir Putin is once again, as always, when shit hits the fan, is choosing to not comment on it and completely ignore the situation. On the day of the attack, Vladimir Putin was actually not in Moscow, but in the city of Kazan, attended the summit of ASEAN, the Association of Southeast Asian Nations. It was taking place in Russia, and he was talking to like East Asian leaders there and talking about, you know, cooperation and building a multipolar world or whatever. No commentary on what is going on whatsoever. In Kazan, he also like met, you know, the regular Russian people apparently, but it turns out that they were not like real apparently, because basically somebody in the security team of Vladimir Putin kind of exposed that these people are actually paid actors. And he accidentally said it in front of the camera.
Издание агентства обращает внимание, что к этому приему Путин неоднократно прибегал в сложные для себя моменты. В этот раз президент вышел к народу на фоне падающих рейтингов и проблем на фронте, пишут агентство. Издание также заметило, что в ролике о посещении Путиным Казанского Кремля, которое опубликовали «Вести», один из сопровождающих Путина охранников отчетливо произносит слово «массовка». Вот этот фрагмент.
It's just so fucking embarrassing, but yes. You can hear what the god said super clearly, but he says something about massovka. Massovka is the word in Russian used for basically... It basically means extras, like, you know, when in a movie you need to have a huge crowd and you hire people to, you know, just be extras in that crowd. That's called massovka in Russian. So the security guard was coordinating something and talking to another, you know, person in the security about, you know, bringing out these extras to meet Vladimir Putin, which is just, you know, fucking hilarious. And over the years, there's actually been a lot of, you know, photos and proofs showing that Vladimir Putin never really meets like actual regular people of Russia because he's too scared for his life. And, you know, there are often situations when he goes to completely different locations in different years where he's meeting like, you know, regular Russian people and he's meeting the exact same paid actors.
Oh, yeah.
This has already been exposed before, so I fully believe it, you know. So yes, works. And what's funny is that Vladimir Putin actually appeared on camera again on the next day after the attack, on the 19th of June. He actually had a scheduled meeting with the Russian Security Council, and as you might expect, the attack in Moscow was not mentioned even a little bit.
Уважаемые коллеги, добрый день. У нас сегодня...
The cope is unfathomable at this point. These drone attacks, because it actually comes with the risk of some legal consequences and trouble with the Russian law. Some Russian media is reporting that apparently some civilians that have recorded and posted these attacks, you know, any video, eyewitness stuff, are apparently already getting arrested by the governments for, you know. And again, like I mentioned, right now we're apparently seeing new evidence of a possible new mobilization starting in Russia, because I guess Russia is just very desperate, and it wants to send even more people into the meat grinder to somehow, you know, stop this. And apparently in the Russian city of Penza, which is located not far from Moscow in central Russia, the police and the military draft officers have started to basically grab men on the street and immediately taking them to like the military draft office basically, and it's reported that people are being like beaten up and tortured in order to sign the contract with the Russian army to basically send these people to Ukraine. This eyewitness video is going viral right now, for example.
Скажите, а почему вы скорую помощь не вызвали человеку, которому плохо? А? Подскажите, пожалуйста. Ребят! Ребят! Ну-ка скажите, все добровольно подписали контракт?
Вас заставили, скажите, вас заставили, вас били.
Добровольно или нет?
Wow.
Все, не оставляйте, пожалуйста. Чего 5 минут не дадите, даже по-человечески? Хватит, по-человечески можно было бы.
So yeah, in this video we can see, which is recorded next to one of these military draft offices in Penza, a few women whose husbands apparently have been taken on the street and drafted into the war now. You know, they're basically saying their final goodbyes, you know. And one of the women is saying that they've been forced into this. You can see by the looks on the men's faces that that is the case, even though, you know, they don't want to say it, I guess. And it's just a very scary and sad video, honestly.
Вы избиваете их! Мы знаем, что вы избили их! Будьте вы прокляты! Вы даже не можете 5 минут дать по-человечески! Заткнись ты!
So yes, this is the type of shit that is happening right now as I'm speaking in this region of Russia, Penza, and who knows, it might start happening in other places too. Here's another video from Penza showing, you know, basically police gathering and, you know, drafting men. Some photos here as well.
Вон они, эти пи***цы ебаные. Вон из Бэхи уже достали, кого-то повели.
So yeah, a ton of photos being shared of these, you know, microbuses standing and drafting people, stopping cars and drafting them. Tons of like eyewitness testimonies as well in like Telegram chats. So yeah, it's not looking great. It feels like we're almost on
They're literally kidnapping people to serve on the front lines. Holy shit.
And I also find all this very ironic too, by the way, because if you guys have been following what's going on in Ukraine for the last few years, we've seen a lot of the similar situations happening in Ukraine, where men are being drafted on the street and so on, and it's actually like, it's something that I've never really talked about on this channel too much, because I've always found it a bit awkward myself, because it almost feels like if you talk about it, you're kind of spreading Russian propaganda, but like at the same time, there's a lot of very traumatic videos as well with the way these people are being drafted in Ukraine, right? And it's actually become kind of a Russian propaganda trope over the last few years, right? Where when Ukrainians, you know, argue with Russians on the internet, and you know, Ukrainians like to say that Russia is not a free country, right? Which it's not. You know, these Z-Russians who are edgy, usually they like to respond with, oh yes, haha, Russia is not a free country. At least in my country, I can leave whenever I want to, not like Ukraine, where men are banned from leaving, right? And also in Russia, we don't have these microbuses, you know, busiki, going around the city and like, you know, drafting and just, you know, taking anybody that they want to the war. I don't have to worry about this stuff here in Russia. I don't have to hide from the police in my apartment or whatever to not get drafted. Well, guys, I mean, at this point, it's like that argument is gone for Z people now, right? Because literally the exact same shit is happening in Russia right now. And it's actually happened before as well in Russia too, and it's happening, you know, like the occupied territories like Luhansk, Donetsk, and so on. The mobilization there has been insane. So to pretend like this has never happened in Russia in the first place is ridiculous, but now it's like very obvious. So yeah, all
when will it end, man? It's kind of fucking crazy how things have gotten this bad, and they still won't end the war. It'll be interesting to see it actually end. Forgot my namification, don't need chillers. Bet you won't see Tucker or that retard Candace talk about this, though. Yeah, you won't. No. They're, retarded, so... No. Thanks for that donation, though, dude.
So this is chiropractic in 2026. Whose fault is this?
Just relax when we do a little tap. Just a little tap.
Yeah, that's dumb.
Let's see if that's loose. Good.
We know why they chose her for the video.
Excellent. Good. Just raise the. Good. Just raise the leg now. Straight up. Much better.
Be funny if she farted. Whose fault is this? The motorcycle. He had plenty of time, for one thing, to, he had plenty of time to see the car turning, for one thing. He's also in the right lane, And he's going faster than the car in the left lane. If he wanted to pass, why isn't he in the left lane? So, yeah, that's just a guy who can't drive. That's pretty insane. Funny how he also took his buddy out somehow. And, let's see. Oh my god.
Please, everyone, whatever you do, don't ever get that kind of surgery.
What kind of surgery? Thanks for the donation, Dodo. That doesn't look that great. Thanks, thanks again, Dodo. Oh my god.
So we finally have the peptide site up and running, and there's only 3 products available because I've been taken advantage of, scammed many times in my life, and I've done many years of health and nutrition research, and I think most of these peptides don't actually work, they're not effective, and
If you go to any like real peptide website or any website that sells steroids, pretty much all the peptides they sell have proven efficacy. They do something. I know there's that one that Boston Lloyd killed himself with that nuked his kidneys. I don't even know if it was a peptide, actually. He took some kind of drug that was supposed to kill fat cells. So it's you inject it into a site that you want fat gone from your body, and then it supposedly dissolves the fat cells. And it turns out it's highly kidney toxic. I don't know if it was a peptide though. But yeah, pretty much all the standard ones that you've heard of, BPC, GHKCU, TB500, yada yada, they pretty much all work. There's some that have less efficacy, like MOTS-C, like less proven efficacy, but they all do something.
in most scenarios like melanotan, just take some vitamin D.
Melanotan is used to primarily increase melanin production in your skin. Eating vitamin D would not make your skin tan. Unless he means get out in the sun, but the point is to increase melanin production without going into the sun so that you can protect your skin. It also has other benefits. It seems to reduce appetite. So if you're dieting, melanotan 2 causes erections. So there's other reasons to take it.
Hey, it's more effective, it works better, and it's actually healthy. It doesn't destroy your liver. Retatrutide destroys your liver. Don't take it.
So no evidence whatsoever retatrutide is liver toxic.
We have HCG, IGF, and HGH.
Okay, so Frank's a dumbass. You can't legally sell human growth hormone in the US. There's...
Most of you guys...
What's the peptides? realresearchchemicals.com? Did I put that in right?
The bricks and mini...
Wait, the fuck? Okay, he didn't add it, and I... realresearchchemicals.com. Oh, there we go. Guess I put it in wrong. Oh, he's not selling HGH. He's lying. Okay, so he's selling ipamorelin. It's a growth hormone secretagogue. IGF-1 DES and IGF-1 LR3 don't do anything, by the way. They're completely useless. And HCG works. It's just, why would you take it over testosterone? So, for research on boosting natural testosterone in male rats. I know what game he's playing. We all gotta do what we gotta do. 10,000 IU / 1,000 IU per 10 unit, 0.1 mil injection. I'm pretty sure he didn't know how to read the label. 10 units, so he doesn't even know how to use an insulin syringe. 10 units is 1 mil on an insulin syringe. So 0.1 mils is just 1 unit. So he literally doesn't know how to fucking list these things on his website.
You know, with all the talk Frank does about the Jews and other conspiracies, do you think Frank could possibly be a reptilian himself?
No, I think he's just a retard. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. So he didn't know how to read the label on the bottle, and he doesn't know how to read an insulin syringe, so you don't even know what you're buying. It's $65, and you don't even know how much you're getting. You don't know how much you're getting in the vial. And these have to be reconstituted. So him saying it's 10,000 IUs per 0.1 mil injection, well, that depends on how you reconstitute it. So, like, there's literally no information on the website with how much you're actually buying in a single vial. I think he fucked up all of these. 36 IUs, 2/2 IUs per 10 unit 0.1 mil injection. So, like, this is the exact same problem. None of this makes any fucking sense. So it depends on how you reconstitute it, what the concentration is. It comes in a lyophilized powder, so you have to add bacteriostatic water to it. So him saying, like, a concentration, like, it doesn't show you how much is actually in the vial. But saying HGH ipamorelin doesn't make any sense. Ipamorelin is a growth hormone secretagogue. It's not human growth hormone. IGF, like, he made the same mistake on all of these. Like, it's so stupid. And IGF-1 is just garbage. It doesn't do anything. Don't even bother. Yeah, so this is outrageously stupid. Like you'd expect from Frank. KM Barra donated $2. Oh.
Armadillo with a capybara on top of it. Oh my goodness, he's just cruising right across the road. Look at him eating like it's nothing. I've never seen anything like this.
Wow. Oh.
Bagels. Scream cheese.
Oh.
Hey, cheesecake,
That's the world's largest rodent.
what do witches put on?
Wow, look at the side eye. Well, oh. Twirls. That's pretty good. Thanks for the donation, Cam.
Those are the only peptides I'm selling. You could kind of refer to those as stuff that more bodybuilders would use, but whether you're a guy or a girl, these are hormone boosting. They promote lean body mass and muscle development.
Oh yeah, another problem that I forgot to mention with his website. He doesn't have any lab report. If you're ever going to order peptides online, make sure the website has lab reports. So he might have gotten a bunch of random shit from some scammer in China, or he's just trying to scam you. He just ordered a bunch of random little powders that have nothing in it, and then he's just scamming you saying it does something. So order from a website that has lab report. He never bothered getting any of these tested, which is really fucking stupid.
And it's something actually worth spending your money on. So we have realresearchchemicals.com. If you guys want to check it out, hopefully it goes okay, then we get some custom formula.
So yeah. Custom formulas. He doesn't even know what the fuck he's selling. What a fucking idiot. Has anybody commented on this? I have no idea what peptides are. DEA ARC coming soon. Yeah, no shit. You should put red on there. That's what we want to buy. Yeah, seriously. Dude, what an idiot. Like, of all the peptides people are interested in, the weight loss peptides are the ones people are most interested in. And then he sells at least 3, if not all 4, of the most unpopular peptides that aren't good. HCG, some people like using it along with TRT or for post-cycle therapy, which I think is fucking stupid. But the fucking IGF-1 Des and LR3, completely useless. I don't even really know anybody who uses those. Ipamorelin, everyone knows that these fucking growth hormone secretagogues are trash, and they increase your appetite massively. Like, they'll turn you into a fat ass. And, lies saying Retta damages your liver when there's no evidence whatsoever that it causes any liver damage. Just fucking retarded. Everyone wants Retta. And then this guy is so dumb. So he's not going to make any money from this.
You guys probably know the first peptide supplier really scammed me and took advantage of me. So we have to launch this business without having everything I'd like to. In the future...
It's a shame they just so happen to be the favorite prey of the world's largest snake, the anaconda.
The green anaconda, known as the heaviest snake in the world. Nostrils positioned on top of their heads allow the snakes to remain almost...
Oh no, capybaras get eaten by anacondas? Oh, that's horrible. We need to kill off anacondas. Oh, that's so bad. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Hopefully we have my custom formula. We have the IGF
What the fuck does he mean, custom formula?
DES in stock, and we can...
He doesn't even know what IGF-DES is. He called it DES. It's like when you hear somebody say ACOG site or CAR15. Like, yeah, you know somebody doesn't know anything about guns when they say shit like that? You know this guy doesn't know anything about peptides when he says shit like that.
Reconstitute these and just send them to you with the water in them, so it's a lot easier. for people that aren't too familiar with peptides. But HCG is a natural hormone booster for fertility in both men.
Natural hormone booster? What does he mean by that? Does he mean HCG is natural, which it absolutely is fucking not? Or does he mean it boosts your natural hormone production?
And woman, that's probably the thing that most people would want here. And then if you do work out,
wait,
woman, that's peptides. But HCG is a natural hormone booster for fertility in both men and women.
I'm pretty sure the HCG they give to women is different than the HCG they give to men.
That's probably the thing that most people would want here. And then if you do work out a lot, if you want some energy and recovery, the HGH and IGF can definitely help out.
He is not selling HGH. He's selling ipamorelin. So he's lying. He's either lying or he doesn't understand what ipamorelin is. And IGF-1 doesn't do anything. You won't get any gains taking IGF-1.
And again, hopefully we'll have the other products in the future. Everything will have free syringes with the order. What I don't have...
So he's saying free syringes with the order. How many? For how many, like, doses? He doesn't even mention this on the website. It doesn't say how many syringes it comes with.
Is these larger ones that can be useful for putting the water initially.
You don't want to use these large syringes for reconstituting the vials. Just use an insulin syringe. These are just stupid. Water rushes in. You'll damage the peptide because it just squirts in like fucking crazy. There's no reason to use large syringes.
In the vial, but you could still also use these. And I'm going to explain the amount of water to put in each of these and what the recommended dose is. So HCG comes in 10,000 IU per bottle. What I like to do is put 1 milliliter of water.
So he's been on HCG?
Which is 100 on the insulin syringe. And then I'll take 1,000 IU of HCG per day.
I don't know if HCG is prescribed to take every day. Isn't it usually like 2 or 3 doses a week?
You could start lower, you could start with half as much, you could start higher, but you take 1 full insulin syringe of water, which is 100, and then you take 10 units every time you use it.
Oh my god, he doesn't know how to read an insulin syringe.
The IGF.
10 units is the full syringe.
Same thing. 100 and 10 every dose. That IGF is 1 milliliter, and then every serving is 100.
What does he mean 1 milliliter? That's if you reconstitute it with 1 milliliter, and that's that would be the entire vial.
100 mcg. So that's kind of the...
He doesn't know what a microgram is.
IGF and H...
Holy, this has got to be one of the worst peptide tutorials I've ever seen. He literally doesn't know how to read an insulin syringe and how to measure shit.
HCG dose are pretty much identical. You'd put the same amount of water in the vial, and then you take the same amount every day. The HGH we have right now is a bit higher. It's 36 IU, so you probably want to...
I don't think ipamorelin... Is it usually dosed in IUs? Let me see. Yeah, it's not dosed in IUs, it's dosed in milligrams. Where the fuck is he getting IUs from? I have no fucking idea.
Put 180, so almost 2 full syringes of water in there, and then you'd want to take 10 units per day. It's still the same dose on the syringe, so when you go and do 10 units of this, you're going to be getting 2 IU of HGH, and you can go higher on that, but...
No, it's ipamorelin, you idiot. It's not human growth hormone.
It's pretty simple and straightforward. HCG IGF, 100 milliliter in the vial, 10 per day. The only difference with the HGH is you're putting in about twice as much water, but you're still taking the same dosage per day. So I think it's pretty simple and straightforward. Whether you use backwater or regular glass bottled water, just, sometimes the mineral water, if it sits in the fridge for weeks or months, it doesn't last as good.
Oh my god, this guy is injecting peptides with dirty water. What a fucking retard.
RealResearchChemicals.com.
Dude, bacteriostatic water is cheap as shit. It comes in 30 mil vials, and you can just get them at the fucking local pharmacy. You don't need a prescription. This guy is so fucking retarded. It just blows my fucking mind.
Fig situation has a new development. And this one is important because Joshua Johnson has now responded to CoffeeZilla after CoffeeZilla confronted him with information that appears to directly contradict what he previously said. And this is not just some random internet drama anymore. This situation now involves a valuable Lego collection, layaway records, a police report, conflicting statements, and a serious question. Did Joshua Johnson actually know more than he originally claimed? Let's break this down clearly. The main issue comes from CoffeeZilla's video, where he reached out to Joshua Johnson and asked him a very simple question. How many layaway items were left over when you took over the store? Joshua's answer was basically 2 to 3 sets. That sounds small. That makes it look like there were only a few items in question, maybe a minor record-keeping issue, maybe a misunderstanding. But then CoffeeZilla also spoke with Crystal, and her version was very different. According to what she said, the records suggested that a large portion of Brian Mansell's collection was connected to layaway items. And that matters because Brian Mansell's Lego collection was not a small box of random bricks. We're talking about a major Lego Star Wars collection with high-value sets. Some reports and discussions around this situation have placed the value. Zilla obtained a police report, and in that police report, Joshua Johnson is described as saying that the vast majority of items in the store when he took it over were layaway items. That is completely different from 2 to 3. So now we have 2 different versions. Version 1, Joshua tells CoffeeZilla there were only 2 to 3 layaway items. Version 2, the police report says Joshua told police that the vast majority of the items were layaway. That is not a small difference. That is not a minor detail. That is the difference between a small leftover inventory issue and a major collection accountability problem. And there's another part of the police report that people are focusing on. According to the transcript, the report suggests Joshua did not want to give certain items back to Mr. Mansell because Mr. Mansell allegedly kept calling the business despite being told not to. Now let's pause here. Even if someone is calling too much, even if someone is annoying you, even if someone is being difficult, that does not automatically mean you can keep their property. That is the part that makes this situation look bad, because the question is not, was Brian Mansell easy to deal with? The question is, who owned the Lego items and who had the right to keep or sell them? That is the core issue. CoffeeZilla then confronted Joshua with the contradiction. He asked him directly about the police report and the statement that the vast majority of items were on layaway. Joshua's response was basically that it was either an exaggeration by the police officer or a mistake by him. He also said there was no list left of any layaway, and the only layaway he was aware of was the Ewok Village. He said he was not involved in the day-to-day operations of the store and that the manager or employees would have known more. Now, on the surface, that sounds like a defense. He is saying, I was not the person handling the daily records. Other people knew more than me. But here's the problem. If he did not know the day-to-day operations, then why would he confidently say only 2 to 3 items were left on layaway? And if he did not know, why would the police report say he told police the vast majority of items were on layaway? Those two things cannot both comfortably exist. Either he knew enough to give an answer, or he did not know enough and should not have been giving firm answers at all. Then CoffeeZilla apparently showed the police report details more directly. Once Joshua was confronted with the actual report, his response changed again. According to the transcript, he said something like he was extremely angry at the time and that nothing he said was coherent or reliable. That is a very interesting response, because earlier the defense was maybe the officer exaggerated, maybe it was a mistake, maybe others knew more.
Yeah, so he's lying.
But after being shown the report, the defense becomes, I was angry, I was not thinking clearly, and you cannot rely on what I said at the time. That raises a serious credibility problem, because if Joshua's statement to police cannot be trusted because he was angry, then why should people trust his later statements when he is under public pressure? That is the issue people are reacting to. It looks like the explanation changes depending on what evidence is placed in front of him. First, it is only 2 or 3 layaways. Then it is maybe the police exaggerated. Then it is maybe I made a mistake. Then it is says, I was angry and incoherent, that is not a strong timeline. That is not a clean explanation. Now, Joshua also tried to redirect the discussion towards sales records. His argument was basically, look at the sale records and focus on items with a retail value of $500 or more. His point seems to be that nobody would put small ticket items on layaway, so if people want to prove layaway, they should look at expensive items sold at large discounts. At first, that might sound logical, but there is a major weakness in that argument. Layaway does not only apply to one single expensive item. A customer could buy several Lego sets together. One set might be $150, another might be $250, another might be $300. Individually, none of them are above $500, but together, that is a major purchase. If a store suddenly has a huge Lego Star Wars collection, collectors may come in and want multiple sets at once. They may not be able to pay for everything immediately, so they put the bundle on layaway. So the idea that only $500 plus individual sets matter may be too narrow. It could ignore grouped purchases, bundled layaways, and customers who wanted multiple mid-value items. That matters because Brian Mansell's collection was apparently large and valuable. A collection like that would attract serious collectors, and serious collectors do not always buy one item. They often buy several. So if the layaway records are being evaluated only by looking at single items over $500, that may miss a lot of the picture. And that is why many people are skeptical of Joshua's direction here. It feels like he is telling people exactly where to look, but maybe that is not the full place they should be looking. The better question is not just, were there individual sets worth more than $500 on layaway? The better questions are, were there bundled layaway purchases? Were multiple smaller sets grouped under one customer? Were any items sold after being marked for layaway? Were there handwritten records, digital records, receipts, texts, or employee knowledge that showed what belonged to whom? And most importantly, what happened to Brian Mansell's collection after the store changed hands? That is the real question. This whole controversy is not just about whether Joshua said the wrong number, it is about trust. When someone gives one version to a YouTuber, another...
Yeah, Bricks and Minifigs is definitely lying. Lying. Oh, my kitty. So big. How come you're so big? Hmm? Why are you so big? Can you stop being big? Hmm? I love his paws. Hmm? So fuzzy. It's like you have gloves on. Hmm? Your paws are so fuzzy. So fuzzy. So fuzzy. Why are you so fuzzy? Hmm? So fuzzy. You're so beautiful, you know that? Oh. Thinking of biting? You thinking of biting? Look at this little baby. This is a baby. How come you're a baby? You're a baby. You're a baby. Hey, baby. It's a good baby. You know you're a baby? Oh, man. Crap. Oh. Let me fix this.
Fun fact, did you know that the green anaconda is also heaviest of all snakes, weighing in at over 550 pounds, 50 pounds heavier than an adult male African lion?
Oh. I did not actually know that. Anacondas are pretty goddamn huge.
Green anacondas are the heaviest snakes in the world. The heaviest anaconda ever recorded was 227 kilograms. This massive snake was 8.43 meters long, with a girth of 1.11 meters. Green anacondas are the heaviest snakes in the world. The heaviest anaconda ever recorded was 200.
That is very large. That's a big fucking snake. I wonder if they've ever, like, just killed and ate a person. That'd be cool seeing, somebody like Penguin Zero get eaten by a snake. I'd feed Penguin Zero to an anaconda. And Hassan Piker. Yeah, it'd be fun feeding him to a big snake. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Oh boy. My shit is fucked up and retarded, dude. I'm not even fucking kidding. It's been a while since it's been this fucked up and retarded. Oh, I'm starting to feel it, Mr. Krabs. That took a while. Onimusha demo. Oh, great.
Live footage of YouTube headquarters.
Sir, our new AI is wiping the entire platform. Sir, no! You're a fucking idiot!
Yeah, it's basically YouTube.
Babe, let's go have fun. What do you want?
Taco Bell?
No.
McDonald's?
No.
Chili's?
Do you even love me?
Fuck.
Why didn't you answer?
Because my dad was hit by a car and died.
Okay, so you hate me? Babe, let's go have fun. What do you want?
Taco Bell?
No.
McDonald's?
No.
Chili's?
Do you even love me?
Fuck.
Why didn't you answer?
Because my dad was hit by a car and died.
Okay, so you hate me? Babe, let's...
Yeah, that's fairly accurate too. Yeah, some people are really into Legos. Thanks for the donation, SV. Oh my god. Vignette effect and okay, the aggressive layout doesn't change anything. It just makes the fucking button layout stupid. Yeah, I think I gave up on 07. Like, that game is so fucking boring. Like, it literally just wastes your time. It has no respect for your time and just added stupid shit for normies. Or just dumb people, I don't know.
This is Kiyomizu Temple. That really was instant. Alright. Let's purify this place and see if that won't wake up Gorman Lady.
Alright, cool. Interesting.
Just the bastards I'm looking for.
Poor bird.
You're just fuel for the gauntlets. What's all that noise? They're smarter than I thought.
I dig it.
You're open. Piss off. Hey, I dealt with the monsters. Let me through.
Combat's nice.
Thank you, thank you. We'll unblock the gate right away. Thank you, Samurai. If those things had broken through the gate, none of the people taking refuge here would have had a chance. It's horrible. The temple grounds are just a killing field full of monsters. How can this happen? This is a temple! It's blasphemy.
If the entrance is this bad, the inside must be a mess.
Themselves and guide the souls of the lost. That stage is going to haunt my nightmares. I can't stop thinking about it. Our words reach you yet.
Open up, please! Quickly!
Yeah, I'm
I never
zooted.
thought I'd make it back here alive. The Buddha watches over me.
Mildly zooted.
Is it really that bad out there?
There's nothing but fiends and horror beyond here. If you mean to pass through, I urge you reconsider.
Fiends, huh? Just what I'm looking for. The malice is thickest over there. Now, how do I get there?
It's funny they got a British guy to do the voice. Alrighty. So this has always been like Resident Evil style gameplay, so it looks like they made this like RE4. That's what they're modeling this game after. Which is a good choice.
I'm not dying.
No, Pat didn't delete anything.
Small fry. You're nothing.
Hell yeah. Spaghetti.
We're stuck here. Small fry.
How do I get up there? Oh.
That was fun.
Yeah, I like this. The combat's really nice. This comes out soonish, right? Like in September or some shit? Oh, that's just, it's tripping me out.
Is there another way?
If you press start to look at the map, you can't press start again to exit the map area, so it ends up, like, fucking with you for a minute, and then you just have to press B for back. Okay, cool.
Yours.
Come on, bitch. You're gonna eat chocolate biscuits? That sounds nice. I like a good cookie. Yeah, I dig this game. I'm looking forward to it. Yeah, it's the new, no, it's not Shenmue 4, it's Onimusha.
What's that? Gauntlet! What's it doing?
It's no time. Don't bring them. Hurry to the stage. Faster.
The power of the Oni is within your eyes as well. It must have been awakened by the dark mass you absorbed.
What's that thing?
The concentration of the malice in this area, along with memories of the cruelty that created it. To purify this temple, you will need to find the source of this vision.
Right, Gauntlet Lady. Enough of that. If you're awake, I've got questions.
I refuse.
You listen here.
I won't answer, questions or otherwise, to Gauntlet Lady. I was briefly awake thanks to the energy of that dark mass. But now I am not.
Hey! It's trying to tell me something. Threads. What are these attached to? This thing's making the threads.
Found them!
Ah, fuck. Fucking bitch. Pussy.
That was fun.
Yeah, the combat in this game is actually really fucking good. Capcom know how to make good game, I tell you. Okay, I'm
You're
not.
just fuel for the gauntlets. Stay there. That's how it's done.
Not sure I totally got that.
That stench. I really ought to take it.
So the timing for that's really specific. The hell? Ah. Those are weird.
What's that?
You're nothing. Small fry. You even trying, monster? You're just fuel for the gauntlets. Another one. What a pain in my ass. Guess I've got to go around the back.
I already figured that out.
Don't make me laugh. You're the attackers here.
Take my blade!
Piss off. Piss off. No challenge. Where is that damn spider hiding?
Oh. What's that? Yeah, so far the flying face monsters are the most annoying.
That was a pain. Kinda reminds me of the gauntlet. Did the Oni make these too? You're a new one. Show me what you've got. Really? Was that all you've got? Door open!
Oh yeah.
That was fun.
Yeah, the combat in this game is really nice.
Eats everything. If you're too close when he feeds, he'll eat you too.
Barely worth my time. Gemma did this too. Damn it! Bastard. Damn monsters. Are there no survivors?
What? Okay. That was weird. So where are we heading now? I have to like go around. Wait, I'm confused where to go. Oh.
I'm back here. Which way's the stage? Another one. What's he gonna show me this time?
Please, give me. Help me. Right behind you, boy.
Put me down! I'm not dead!
Fighting doesn't suck, and more than one enemies fight you at a time. Game isn't even out yet, I'm assuming.
Done you! You too, huh?
This thing's made me so damn strong. I've been bored halfway back to death. But look, you've got yourself one too. What blessed luck. Right where we left off. Death can't stop us.
I wish it would stop you at least.
Swing! You thought that was true? Too bad!
Who the hell wears a metal hat?
Oh, this is fun! Take this! Oh, nicely done! I'll never get sick of this! Let's go, Musashi!
Hell yeah. Well, that's pretty cool. I like that. I'm looking forward to Onimusha. That plays very well. I have a cat sitting on me. He is rather cat-like. Cat, 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 cat. Oh, you know what I mean? Cat's right here. There's the cat. He's on my arm. He's doing cat stuff and thinking of cat stuff. Just because you're not getting swarmed by every single enemy at once doesn't mean they don't attack you, like, multiple at a time. Like, I'm assuming the demo's kind of easy, and the game isn't out yet, so, like, yeah, there's parts where I would have expected the enemies to be more aggressive, but I'm assuming it's just a fairly easy portion of the game just for the demo. I don't know if I can bring myself to play this shit. It's not good. Why is Pragmata still on my thing? That's weird. Oh, man. My shit is seriously fucked up and retarded, I gotta tell you. Fuck me, dude. Just, I have a cat here. He's a big cat. I love my big cat. Cat, cat, cat. I love saying cat. I love petting cats.